truth is, you're as dumb as they come.
What's going on, Freakazoids? Well, you're back to the channel where the Kohberger case was covered better than anybody else out there. Absolutely nailed it to the chagrin of the nutjob Kohberger fans. No, he will not be going out on any dates with you anytime soon. There's no way in hell they're going to have a retrial in the Kohberger case. There's no evidence at all of any kind, any way, shape, or form, besides the delusional thoughts of a group of people out there. Okay? The precedents that would set would be horrendous, that you could somehow plead guilty, with no chance of parole, nor to be able to appeal. And then all of a sudden one day go, I don't like prison anymore. And by the way, some really cool neato YouTubers told me that if I could blame it on Dylan or something, and you just want a do-over. I mean, what a joke, okay? The guy was dead to rights. He knew it. But now he thinks, well, God, I really should have given it a chance because his little pack of buddies thought he should have done so. How sick is that, huh? You know, I thought would be kind of cool to do is to go over the, hey, thanks, Jolene, or the Jules. To play the hearing again. You know, the one where he pled guilty and then the sentencing one. Do you think that'd be interesting to do? You know, of course, I always have my 3D model and stuff, but I mean, I don't know how, I can't explain the Kohberger case any better than I've already done it. I've put so many videos out there that if you haven't watched them and you haven't really looked at them and went, oh wow, yeah, how devastating is this, then you've missed out. You've been mired in a group of people who have lost their minds a long time ago, very similar to the Candace Owens followers. They're the same type of people who sit around in the background, and every document released, they pretend that it's exculpatory for Kohberger when it's anything but. Now, there's absolutely no evidence at all that anybody else was involved. Brian Kohberger is the killer. There is no doubt whatsoever. And this will just be laughed at by any judge. They won't be providing any information that anybody will look at and go, oh, wow, we understand now. You must have thought it was like an Alford plea of some sort. Yeah, no. No, that sure as hell wasn't. Hey, but before we get started on that, I thought we could... I mean, Kohberger's an idiot. I mean, literally like a stupid person. Just like Olivia said, in this statement right here.
The truth is, you're as dumb as they come.
That's absolutely the truth. He thought he was a super sleuth. He's actually similar to the people who follow him and pretend that he's innocent. He's very similar to those people. Just absolute morons who have nothing better. I mean, their whole goal in life is to free a person who killed 4 people. But see, that's just it, Gray. We don't think he did it. Oh, God. Wow. Gray, your voice is like a chalkboard to me. Okay, why are you watching? This is great. Oh. Yeah. But anyways, before we get to that, let's take a look at the... Oh yeah, where did I put that? Different folder, hold on. Yeah. Okay, there's a new Savannah Guthries Instagram, which I thought was pretty interesting. So maybe at the end, or I don't know how we're going to do this, but I just want you guys to listen to this really quick. I think it starts over. It's hard to record these things. because the audio doesn't.
I'm coming on today with a very specific message.
I guess I'm recording myself too.
It has been months since our mom was taken
Actually, that's her.
from us. Our family is in agony. We are in a nightmare that will not.
Oh wait, hold on. You need to be on this screen here. All right, hold on.
Message. It has been I'm coming on today with a very specific message. It has been months since our mom was taken from us. Our family is in agony. We are in a nightmare that will not end. Nothing about our situation has changed. We have done our part, and we will never stop looking for her. We will always ache for her and feel that hole in our hearts. The world can be a cruel and unforgiving place, and I know that you have tried to do things the right way.
Isn't that interesting, that part right there? See, she's referring to the second note. You know, the fact that they... See, this is more proof that they believe that those two notes are real. She's literally saying right here that we know that you tried to do the right thing, meaning they came forward and let her know that it wasn't her fault. You know, she couldn't have done... Like, Savannah couldn't have done anything, even if they'd sent the money in. So now they're pleading to them to come forward and give more, information about where she is.
So I'm asking you, begging you, to do the right thing now. Make the right choice. Help us find her. Tell us where to look for her. I truly believe it is never too late to do the right thing. Help us bring this situation to an end. For all of us, no matter where we've been and what we've done, I believe there is always a way home. Please make the right choice. I'm coming on today with a very specific message. It has been months since our mom was taken from us. Our family is in agony. We are in a nightmare that will not end. Nothing about our situation has changed.
So it is.
We have done our part, and we will never stop looking for her. We will always ache for her and feel that hole in our hearts. The world can be a cruel and unforgiving place, and I know that you have tried to do things the right way. So I'm asking you, begging you.
The world can be a cruel place, and we know that you've tried it. See, I think that's exactly what she's referring to, the second note. I've told you guys 1,000 times, 1,019 now, that the second ransom note in that case is really a big deal. And so she's actually referring to that, meaning you try to do the right thing by, sort of letting us know it was an accident, etc. So now she's appealing to that same side of whatever, whoever it was that wrote the second one, to then give them a little more information so they can locate where Nancy's body is.
To do the right thing now. Make the right choice. Help us find her. Tell us where to look for her. I truly believe it is never too late to do the right thing. Help us bring this situation to an end. For all of us, no matter where we've been and what we've done, I believe there is always a way home. Please make the right choice.
A way home. What does that mean, that part? There's like home back to humanity. Is that what she's saying by that, or what? I mean, what does that mean, that part right there? I mean, I think this is all written like something she's reading. Hold on, let me see something. Just a second. I want to... Oh boy. Yeah, it's never just simple. All right, almost there. I just want to look at something. I was trying to see if that you could tell if she was reading some writing or something on a screen, but I mean, you know, either way, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it seems like it was intentionally written to appeal to the better half of whoever wrote the second ransom note and to let them know where she is. But what do you guys think that means about the back home and stuff like that? That's not what she was talking about. Okay, you mean like being, you know, like more, the person becoming more religious related, back home to God. Is what
I believe there is always a way home. Please make the right choice.
Like you're going to hell, but you can make it back into God's good graces if you come forward. That's probably what she's really saying. Okay.
Always a way home. To an end. For all of us, no matter where we've been and what we've done,
we can always have God's redemption.
I believe there is always a way home. Please make the right choice.
Or you can redeem yourself in the eyes of God. So just make the right choice. You won't go to hell if you... I see, yeah. Okay, that's what she's saying. All right. But don't you agree also that she is referring to whoever wrote the second ransom note, which is probably this, you know, well, could be the same person who wrote the first one. The first one was just an attempt to get the ransom note, but this is definitely written to appeal to whatever emotions the person had who wrote the second one. I've told you that that second ransom note is incredibly important, and it really came from a place. If you just logically go through it, it means that somebody who wrote the second one, and they know it's connected to the first one, that person felt bad that Nancy died. They didn't intend to have her die. They didn't realize how sick she really was, and she died shortly after. And they even tried to make Savannah feel better by saying, basically what they're saying is, even if you had paid, by saying nothing you could have done would have made a difference, means that even if you had paid the ransom when we requested it, they're admitting that Nancy was dead before that, it wouldn't have made a difference. All right? And so I think the FBI, and they all know this stuff. And I'm kind of surprised at some of the profiler types out there that they don't seem to get it. You know, they're kind of, you know, they just go off and on these other tangents and shit when it just seems really obvious that that's what we're dealing with here. How do you know they didn't want, because they said that. I mean, I know what you want to believe. Okay, here's the other group of people out there. They think it's there's a mastermind and it's a family member, and they wanted to take out Nancy Guthrie so that they could get the life insurance, except they always forget the part about that she would have to be found, and a judge rules that she's no longer alive, and then those proceedings could happen. But they think it's some kind of a family member, and then of course they would have felt bad, so therefore they wrote the second note because they didn't really, it's just, come on, you guys. That's crazy. Let's see, that family has been tortured enough. And thank you up there to Dr. Piv. Wonder if some of the ID families would welcome another trial. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think right now they just sort of had resigned to the fact and they're okay with where it went. And then all of a sudden now you're going to bring it up again. There would only be 2 families. There was, I guess 2 out of 4 were okay with doing it. And thanks, Alley Cake. And if you guys are out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We do a lot of great things with a portion of the income, and also it allows me to survive as a YouTube channel. So if you have the ability, that would be awesome. Nobody is required to do anything. She believes that, and it's not just her. When we say Savannah believes, it isn't really just Savannah believes. It is the FBI believes. I guarantee you that the FBI 100% believes that those first 2 ransom notes are real, but they have to do the caveat of, they potentially could be real just for, sort of legal purposes and whatnot, in case by some miracle they're not. But they absolutely believe that. That's why they've investigated the case as an abduction for ransom gone wrong since the very beginning of this case. So they believe that it's real. And so Savannah believes that they're real. And that's why she keeps doing, this is the 4th Instagram message that she's put out. And that's because she believes they're real. And she's always speaking to these very same kidnappers. The wording in this one absolutely implies, by her saying, we know you've tried to do the right thing, she's referring to the second ransom note where the person tried to, they apologized, etc. Yeah, these profilers, they just need to keep it more entertaining for everybody. I don't even think they think through it. Okay, I'm telling you right now that I can't say with 100% because we don't know what the answer to the case is, but I'm like 99% certain that the FBI believes that the first 2 ransom notes are real, and I think that they actually are real. Based on how they're written and just sort of the topic and how they're saying it. Why would you bother? Okay, so here's the thing. Let's say the first one was fake. I could see that one being fake because it asked for money and all this stuff. But then why would the same person waste their time on the second one if they had nothing to do with it? So it's just crazy to me. They were connected. They connected the 2. All right. Pissing. I've always been like that. Alicia, you just haven't been around. Is that good or bad? I can't tell. But thanks, Yeah. All right, anyways. What do you guys want to, regarding Kohberger, I have this whole timeline that I put together a long time ago. It's probably the best timeline that there is out there. But it's like, why bother doing this again? I don't want to. I've already explained the case 100,000 times. It's almost, I don't know. I'm not sure what to, I'm not sure how to really say it, but I've put out the best videos on this case out of every person that's ever covered this thing, where I literally take the videos, the factual, surveillance footage in time, put it together. I drove there myself. I filmed the exact streets and everything. And it's so clear and so obvious, the timing of how everything went down. And if you haven't watched it, and I've gone through inside the house, how things went down, it turns out I was pretty accurate on that shit, wasn't I? Go look at that. Go look at my animation that I made of how the crime went down and compare it to what they say. It's almost identical. So somebody's got to say something. That's going to be me, because let's see. What are people talking about right now that makes them think, like, what's come out in any document that's exculpatory for Brian Kohberger? Well, what about that other DNA profile, Gray? Okay, let's say there is another DNA profile. How does that exclude Brian Kohberger, since his DNA was on the knife sheath? Man, shit. I guess this first part up here might be interesting to say is right up here. On January 10th, he purchased a balaclava at a Pittsburgh Dick's Sporting Goods. Then on March 20th, lo and behold, he purchased a K-bar knife and sharpener. The same make and model as the sheath found on the bed of Madison Mogen. And then on March 31st, Kohberger applies for an internship. So look at this. He gets his gear together, and then 11 days later, he applies for an internship at Pullman, Washington, moving from Pennsylvania to the state of Washington, exactly like Ted Bundy did, for example. And that's what he was studying in school, was the serial killers and all these people. And then let's see, April 6th, a person at Pullman replied, Gary Jenkins replies to Kohberger's application. 4/12, Kohberger had an interview with Gary Jenkins. And then on June 23rd, that's about the time where Kohberger moves to Pullman, Washington. And I'm sure he's got his balaclava and his K-bar knife sheath in tow, since he purchased those just before applying to go to school there. But how do we know, Gray? Well, because after the killing of all 4 victims inside the bedroom of Madison Mogen, there's a knife sheath left on a bed, and Brian Kohberger's DNA was on the knife sheath. Therefore, it's extremely likely that the same K-bar knife that he purchased back in March was the one, the sheath was on the bed there. So it's like he bought a K-bar knife and I think a sheath and a sharpener. Yeah, it's really simple. Hey, thanks KMTX. He is a joke. You know, I think it's shameful that there's been people since he pled guilty that are still sitting out there pouring over. They can't let it go, man. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. They don't have anything else to talk about. We cover all kinds of cases here. It is true that some cases are a hell of a lot more interesting to people, so they follow and follow and follow and follow and follow. But that case is over, you know, and I found it interesting for a few months as we got new information that we hadn't seen, etc. But we're not getting any of that anymore. It was cool to see the investigation, how it all went down. I mean, yeah, we've got some more Dylan Mortensen interview stuff and whatnot, but these people, there's an industry of the Kohberger case where they don't cover anything other than Brian Kohberger, and they cover it every single day, and they keep going over it, and they convince their people. It's basically, I don't know if you're following the Charlie Kirk case, but Candace Owens, she's out there trying to pretend that Tyler Robinson isn't the killer. And by the way, if you haven't been following that case, Tyler Robinson, it's the cleanest, clearest case I've ever seen in the entire time I've covered true crime, which is, gosh, I don't even know, on YouTube. I've been making videos for like 20 or 18 years or something. I mean, it's crazy. All right, but it's the strongest case I've ever seen. And so you have this whole community of people pretending that none of that stuff matters, that it just completely means nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, Elena. My theory was on the knife sheath, and I still believe it. My theory with the knife sheath is that he left the knife sheath on the bed on purpose as a calling card, and he was going to continue to kill other people in the future and do something similar. He thought that he had that knife sheath was completely clean. He just missed the spot underneath the button snap. He forgot that part. That's my theory. Now, other people think, oh, no, it was because Madison and Kaylee were fighting and then it came off and blah, blah, blah. You know, whatever. You can think whatever you want. I like my theory better. And the reason I like it better, one of the reasons, is I think Kohberger wanted to be like this really special killer and do all the cool things that killers do. And the other reason I like it is that it's something that'll haunt him forever, knowing that his choice, his little, oh, I'm going to leave a calling card, I'll leave the sheath every time, you know, I'm going to leave it there, and that's what led to him being identified. Isn't that great? That he sits around and he always will know that it's his fault that he was identified through that. Let's see. Well, let's not have too many massive lulls in here tonight, you guys. Be nice to at least one night this week make a goal. That'd be great. Those people likely don't believe we landed on the moon. Yeah, it's the same type of people. It's just so weird. It's like they think it's cool or something to be like, what's cool about defending Kohberger? It's so weird. It's creepy. Hey, how about this? Ask me any question on this case right here. I got the whole thing. I mean, it's been a while, you know, some of it might have to pop back into my head or whatever, but I haven't really talked about Kohberger for, I don't know, 5 months, maybe 4. Well, probably not. Maybe like 3 months, 3.5. Every once in a while, a new document came out or something, but am I supposed to shout you out? Hey, wow, everybody. Whoa, hold on. Let's do it. Hey, everybody. Wow. Into Fell, whatever the hell that name is a new listener, everybody. Everybody look at that. Say hello to Into Fell, or whatever the hell that even means. I can't even pronounce it. Inteufel, or is it Inteufel, or is it I don't know what the hell the name is, but everybody look at that person. They're amazing, everybody. They're a first-time listener. Thank you very much. All right. How about that? Was that good? His Elantra, you're still talking about that, Elena? His Elantra didn't have, it had the inserts where the floodlights would go, but he didn't have floodlights. That means that the vehicle that they thought was his vehicle in Pullman, before, you know, his phone was pinging in the area, but the car that they thought was his wasn't his. All right? That car had fog lights on it. And they weren't even going to be using that at trial. But when they made the probable cause document, that vehicle was one that it looked, they said it was similar to, or consistent with is the term that they use. And that vehicle turned out not to be his. However, his phone is still pinging in the area, so he likely just got out on the highway a different way. I was looking at that the other day. But hey, guys, can you please help support the channel? We're getting killed again in here. We're currently still at 1/15 of a nightly goal, so if you guys have the ability, that would be great. I hate to have to say it 16,000 times, but it would be great to get the support. Thank you. Unlike other YouTube channels, my channel relies on the people watching, and then I donate thousands of dollars. We've given $301,000 since January of 2020 out of the income from the channel. So if you'd like to help support my channel, as well as knowing that a portion that I give out at the end of the month is given. So that'd be great. So who's going to do a challenge in here tonight? It'd be incredible. Yeah, if you guys would support the channel, remembering all the incredible videos that I made on this case. Instead of having to ask over and over and over again. Yeah, so I think Kohberger, when he went there, he probably, from the apartments that he was at, I think he was right over in this area. I think he may have came like this and then down to the highway. I mean, it's a really simple drive, actually, when you look at it. There was no reason for him on the way in to have gone through the town there. I think he was just up here. Yeah, so he's right here in these apartments. So let's say he came out right there. He drove up, went to this intersection, took a right on Terra View Drive, and then he just comes all the way around this loop, and then he comes out right here on the highway. Then he turns and then Later on, as we know, he's filmed over here. I can't remember if that's place. I got to turn this back on again. Yeah, so right over here, I think there's a cigar. Yeah, there it is right there. So he drove by the cigar shop. I actually have the video. I was the one that ordered that and got it when it drove by the Floyd's cannabis shop. Nobody else asked for it, but I got it. So it drove by and then made its way into the town. And he did what he's doing. And I see nobody responded at all to helping support the channel. So we need some gifted memberships, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, it's just so hard these days. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I do. If you go back and watch my videos, I put together the entire case. We almost had it completely right even before all the documents came out, but it turns out he kind of went a different direction. You know, so when he came in that night, he drives right here on Steiner Avenue, goes by the A&W right there, and then he drives in, and then he comes down the street here. Then a camera right down Linda Lane right here films the vehicle driving in, and then as it drives in, it turns, goes this direction, and it comes back behind here, and then drives around. Then it stops here each time. It stops right here for just a little bit, and I have that all timed out too, how long it would stop at each time it came around. And then it drove this direction. Here's where the house used to be. We could probably, yeah, there's when the house is there. So then he drive this direction, and then he came out. I don't have it right in front of me, but some of the stuff changed a lot. You know, there's a couple times where he pulled out and he stopped right over here. Law enforcement thought he stopped there, but that's incorrect. He stopped right over in this area, and then eventually turns around and comes back and goes this way, and then on, you know, there's 4 different paths that he took. I don't really have the time, nor do I want to go back out and find all of he did 4 loops, and he did a whole bunch of different things, and the timing, you could tell exactly what he was doing when he saw the DoorDash driver. He didn't go back in, and that's when he drove the one time he went around the loop the other direction. He went around all the way around like this, and then about 4:04 he pulls back into the area, and then he on his last time that he comes back in at 4:04, he comes down over here, then he does a 3-point turn, backs out, and then drives this way again, and then at this intersection does another 3-point turn and turns around right there, and then does the final run, comes around, and then parks. You know, it could be, I actually think he parked right around in this area because it's really easy to get down there. And then at the very end, he gets back in after he kills them, everybody in the house, or the 4 people, there's 2 people that lived, Bethany Funk and Dill Mortensen. And then he runs out of the house, and he goes this direction, turns, and he gets out of there like a bat out of hell. And then he makes his way just like this, drives down this road this way, comes across Conestoga, down, makes his way onto the highway, boom, comes out here, and there is about 16 minutes of missing time. And this is what the route was at the time. See this road right there? That's what the route was when the killings happened. But then they've put this highway in since then. All right, so he drove down like this, and then right when he was getting near Blaine down here, or Blaine right there, that's when his phone was turned on again. Now I have all these different routes that he could have taken, including one where he goes way over here and down and around, and he comes out right exactly at that time that they have his phone pinging there. Do you think Kohberger really wants a trial with all the evidence? Well, I think maybe he's just sitting there going, man, I can't live like this the rest of my life. I'd rather give it a shot. And by the way, and then you get moved back to jail, right? Isn't that how it works? I don't know if That's how it works. But there's just no chance. You know, nobody's going to... no judge is going to let him have another trial, especially after you plead guilty. How does that work? You know, it ruins in the future any other time. Like somebody pleads guilty and all of a sudden, well, it doesn't really mean they plead guilty. And 2-3 years from now, they can come forward and say, I changed my mind, and then we have to have a trial. It just doesn't work like that. I can't imagine it being even remotely easy for Kohberger to reverse this. And he won't get a hearing because there's nothing at all that's come out in any of the documents whatsoever that indicate in any way, shape, or form that he is not guilty. You know, like, Kohberger is the killer. I've said this. Here's the thing. I'm unlike other people. Okay, when I went over the probable cause document the first time, I was like, man, that's pretty damning. And then we went over the probable cause, just the probable cause document, probably 10 times before documents started showing up. But every time you went over it, you just started going, oh my God, this is, like, he did this. There's no doubt. There's like zero doubt at all that he did this. And there's never been doubt. I've never at one time thought, God, I don't know if he did it, man. Something just doesn't add up. Don't you get sick of that, by the way? That statement you always hear by these lunatics out there. Something just doesn't add up here. What doesn't add up in the Kohberger case? The Kohberger case is literally the strongest, one of the strongest cases. The strongest case I've ever seen is the Tyler Robinson case. This case is incredibly strong. You know, it's like you have a white Elantra. The guy owns a white Elantra, missing its, I think its front license plate. And you see a vehicle driving around, missing its front plate. And it's a white Elantra. And it's driving around exactly during the time frame when Kohberger turned off his phone. And then when he turned it back on again, too, during that same time frame, this white Elantra is driving around. Now, you might say, well, how do we know that's Kohberger's gray? And then I'd say, well, because when the Elantra was parked, see, this is what I try to explain to people, but their brains just don't hear it. Okay? The Elantra, on its fourth pass, it goes like this. It drove around, that is an Elantra, and it parks right there for, I'd say from 4:08, and I don't think he got out of the car for a bit, but I would say from 4:08 until 4:20 and 47 seconds. So 12 minutes and 47 seconds, the car was a white Hyundai Elantra was parked right there. And then you might say, well, how do we know that's Kohberger's? Well, because Kohberger owns a white Elantra, and inside the house, on the bed, was a knife sheath, one of the same make and model that he purchased earlier in the year, and his DNA was on the damn thing. So that means there's a knife sheath in the house with DNA on it of somebody who owns a white Elantra, and a white Elantra was parked right outside the house. Wow! I don't know, Gray. That just doesn't make sense. Okay, right. And then the vehicle takes off at a high rate of speed, blah, 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 blah. And then his white Elantra, or his phone, it pings just south of Moscow, Idaho. And then later in the day, the same day, he drives down to, I think it's the state of, what the hell, what do you call it? Idaho, right? Isn't that down there? Not Idaho, the Washington. That's right, he was in Lewiston, then he goes over here to Clarkston. So he came over to Clarkston, Washington, and now we have the same white Elantra and the same phone that turned on near Blaine, and Brian Kohberger himself, and he enters into Albertsons. Okay? All right, what do I have to do in here tonight, you guys, to get you guys to support the channel? Okay, we need some gifted channel memberships, super chats, whatever the hell it is, because currently we're not even at 1/10 of a nightly goal again. Do you guys think that that's like, I mean, how it should be? Or I mean, I don't really understand. You know, I just don't. It's been like this. So please help support the channel. All right, let's see. You're navigating around the ID streets with your map program and making me crazy. What an interesting life. Shut the hell up, you loser. All right, let's see. And let's see. Yeah, that doesn't matter, Elena. Just let me do how I want to do it. All right, thanks. I'm telling you, the digital, you know, even if you want to take out Dylan Mortensen stuff, it's just clear as day. Mortensen's ID almost doesn't even matter. You know, it's like you have the knife sheath with Kohberger's DNA on it. I'm never watching again. Yeah. I should play that one. Let's do it. Is it this one? This is when
State supports. I even brought up the Kohbergers on my.
Yeah, so I was in Idaho filming stuff. That's why, you know, I'm just not shaving or anything here. This is right at the same day that he pled guilty. There was a deal cut.
When I was on Court TV, do you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory. I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
That's exactly how it went, you guys. Every time I'm on Court TV, the lunatics come out and they say, I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny.
Tori, I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
Come on, that's good stuff, man.
Hey,
Yeah, see? Yeah. Now, wasn't that super chat worthy, you guys? Yeah, anyways, I don't know. I don't think I can. I guess what frustrates me about the case is that I think I covered it so well and so clearly that if it didn't sink in during the time I was covering it, then there's something wrong with your brain, and so I can't help you. All right? You see what I'm saying? I can't help you out. It's like it just means there's something wrong with you. I did a ton of shows with him. I've been on Vinny Court TV probably 10 or 15 times over the years. Yeah, many times. Because I'm actually a credible YouTuber who puts out accurate information. And you always get the idiots out there. Gray's irresponsible. He tells you that Kohberger did it, and there hasn't been a trial. Hey, listen, when you have the information, it's well, go back and watch them. But you go read the comments on all of them. They get the trolls in there. It's hilarious. Yeah, so I don't know how I could have, I couldn't, I did as good as I could on that case. Literally have every bit of surveillance that they were going to use at trial. I put it in order in videos. You can go watch those out there. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how to do it any better. It's crazy, And maybe I can find one of them in here. Let's see. Haven't seen him in a while. Who's going to do a challenge in here, though, you guys? Feeling kind of shunned or, what do you call it, disrespected or something. I don't know what you call it again. If I was one of the Kohberger nut jobs, it'd look like a slot machine in here. But we're just covering it the normal way, and people are like, yeah, somebody else will support you, Gray. Somebody else will do it. Yeah, somebody else. Let's see, under videos. Let me see if I can find anything. New redact. Okay, that's different. How did blood get there? Okay, yeah, the fog. I made a video on the fog lights. So the fog lights really weren't. Well, let me see. Maybe that's the. Well, what value does that have? Who cares?
And then right. But it was
Oh yeah, so
video
that's
that was
my.
on surveillance. That's the first video.
Yeah, I guess these are.
And here's the second one. You can see it in
That's
the
a
background there.
Floyd's Cannabis Shop.
Coming around that corner.
So there it is on the way in.
And
So you can see it right there.
then right there, zooming in, there it is, the white Hyundai Elantra. Alright, so that marries up nicely with the phone pinging in southeast Pullman, Washington over here at around 2:54. And it takes exactly about 8 minutes to get from this area over here
Right.
to where Floyd's Cannabis Shop is. 30 it enters, so it wasn't, and that's he texted Molly number 12 order for the evening. Molly said she could not find the 1122 King Road address.
Yeah, I was just talking about something else there. Let's see if I can. I'm going to keep looking in here. Fog lights don't matter. Yeah, so that was one of my videos. That's irrelevant. What did... Okay. I'm just looking through to see if there's like one that I put together that has the surveillance footage on it. And by the way, I was the one that broke the news on the Kohberger at Costco. And all the big, I was on Ashley Banfield and all these. It's like, man, how did I get that first? I don't really understand. I asked for it, and some bigger network had already gotten it, so I didn't have to pay the higher fee for it. But it was pretty weird. Let's see. Elantra Lone Tree. Well, that was a cool theory. This one right here. You remember this one? I know. You're saying you need to go back and treat yourself to those animations. And yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And
see, this was pretty crazy here.
this is just
See, look at this video here. This is one that probably most of you hadn't seen because you didn't watch my channel. You watched the losers who kept pretending that he didn't do it. But there's actually this place right here. When you look at this. Hey, wow, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Thank God. You just beat the total that we already had. I'd asked about 10 times and couldn't get anybody really to support the channel, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Here, watch the. Look how crazy this is coming up here. I gotta find Pullman again, though. There it is. And then Moscow. And then it was somewhere. I guess I have to turn them all on again. Yeah, right there. So in the documents, it talked about a... No, that wasn't it. I think it's higher. No? Is it down here? Oh no, it's way over here. Weird. Johnson Road. Okay, there it is right here. That spot. Yeah, so in the documents it described how a guy talked about seeing a white vehicle underneath I think it was a white vehicle underneath a tree when he drove by. It was, I think he said it was earlier or later in the day. I can't remember exactly now what day he said it was, but when I went in here, yeah, there it is right there. So if you go to June and then July and then October, but look what I did. When I came in here and I found that there's a white vehicle parked right under the exact tree that the guy mentioned in the document. All right, it's the exact tree. And so he mentioned that a vehicle was parked under there on a different day, and I see this vehicle parked on July of 22nd. It was actually July 16th. And what's interesting, if you go over here, is look at Kohberger. He went to the Grove pool party on July 9th. And then July 9th, he was within 100 meters of 1122. And then July 10th, a woman he met at the Grove pool sent him he sent a text message. So just 3 days after that, there's a white car right under that exact same tree that was mentioned in the documents that they saw a white car parked there just after. And apparently they could see that there was disturbed dirt where Kohberger, when the cops showed up there, they found disturbed dirt. So did Kohberger bury his, one of his weapons there? So that would have been on his way home. And it's kind of interesting because the way they have it on in the maps up there is he turned on Kuykendall Road, which is right there, when he went back. But look how easily that he could have just quickly, if he already had a pre-dug hole, turned right on Johnson Road there, came down, and then I just lost the spot. But is it right there? I think it's, hold on. Yeah, right there. Okay. Right, so Kuykendall's right here, and he could have just driven down, put the knife here, got back in the car, drove up, and then went straight in exactly the way he did, passing these various businesses and this gas station right around in there. Maybe it's right there, actually. So he comes in. I don't have all the pins and whatnot on the map. It's like that. Yeah, 525 he passes right there. And then I think he passes this gas station. Then you literally see the car go around like this. And you can make its headlights turn left. And then right after that, you pick up the car driving on this street here after the murders, driving up like that, and then turning right on, I think I should have that on the map. Yeah, right there. He turns right and goes that direction. And when you look at that, you can see that it just kind of heads back up into where his apartments are, up in this area. I don't know, it's just, to me, it's just really simple, really obvious, clear case. What are you talking about? Indiana State Police. What does that mean in Tufel? What does that mean? Nobody knows what that means. I got him, Indiana State Police. Yeah. What? Well, it's always easier if we need to get a challenge going in here, you guys. We're currently at not even at a third of a nightly goal. Yeah, you stopped by Indiana State Police. We already knew all that. Yeah, we covered all that. That's irrelevant to the day of the crime. But yeah, we've gone over all that stuff. If you go back through the Kohberger videos, you'll just be able to see it all. I don't know, man. I always felt so frustrated in that case. You know, you cover it, you just absolutely nail the information. It's so good that you're on Court TV and all the other places because they see it, they know what quality is, and then all of a sudden nobody watches the damn videos when you put them out because it's not interesting enough. You got to be watching the crazy nut jobs who pretend that it's something else. Yeah, really frustrating. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, do you guys want to watch some of this stuff, though? Because I loaded it in. I thought it'd be cool to watch how this went down. You know, I think this is the second one, though, so that should be... No, actually, I think that was right. That's right. I thought I had the other one. Hold on a second. I want to play it all. Well, if it's not loaded, you wouldn't want to? Well, I think it's important for people to see it again, so you realize what's happening. Okay, I think that's the one.
He had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. And by the way, Bill Thompson sucked at how he tried to talk about the crime, like what happened and whatnot. He left out like important information. Didn't seem to have a great grasp of it, which makes you kind of nervous. Like, how would he have been at a trial, you know? This was a pool feed here. I don't know. Do you guys want to do? I mean, I don't know if you guys have all heard this before or not, but this is what I was thinking of doing, just so we can. I think it's only like an hour and 20 minutes of all of it, where you see him plead guilty and admit to doing the crime. Okay, and then you have the impact statements, and then the sentencing. All right, but can you guys help support the channel during the time that I'm playing this, please? That's some loud paper in there.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms.
Your
Allen
Honor.
is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court.
Hey, thanks. S. Jab. Man, it's been a tough night in here tonight. Tough crowd yet again. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, you know. Still hanging in there, doing shows. Got a whole new set. Don't you guys like my new set in here? You guys want to look at this part right here that I just put in yesterday. Listen. So if I do phone calls, maybe I'll do those later. So we got that one, and then we have this one right here. Look at this one. Just a calm sort of there you go. Isn't that sweet? The light, even the lighting, I got it kind of a little glow going around on the outside. That's probably when there's a break. You know? All right, anyways, here we go.
Court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account.
And by the way, if you guys send in a super chat with a question, I'll pause and answer the question. All right, we've got. Yeah, I mean, there is a part of me that was like, God, I hope he wins, and we can go to watch a trial. But you know what? A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I mean, it's like, because there's so many crazy pro-burger nut jobs out there, you never know who might show up on a jury, and then it's jury nullification. You have because these people do not respond to logic, reason, or common sense. It's whatever it is that can sell that Kohberger didn't do it today. That's what they go by. Hey, thanks, Whiskey Boots. I'm glad you like that. Kind of opening a new trial, and thanks, Michelle H., for gifting a membership.
Public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me. Period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been.
That's what I always tell people. Like, he can sit there and say what he wants. Well, here, let's just read that first, okay? I mean, I made a short video. I kind of assumed everybody was watch the short. So let's just read this. All right, so this is what Kohberger, I'm not exactly sure where he put this post, you know, but he says, over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served, talking about himself in the third person. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Right, so what you're saying is every time something gets put out, your pro-burger nut jobs find a little thing that they can go, ooh, look at that! They spelled the name with a double E, therefore it means something. I mean, these people are crazy, right? So Kohberger is getting emails and messages from these absolute lunatics who probably hope to date him at some point. You know, because he's gorgeous, you know, and who wouldn't want to date a Kohberger? Hey, thanks, says F. That's not it, Gray. We just want a fair trial. We had the opportunity to have one. Kohberger gave it up. He pled guilty. He's the killer. That's why. It's obvious. Wake up. Smell the coffee. All right, anyways, it says, unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, meaning they had tunnel vision, basically. A work of fiction. Okay, so if it was a work of fiction, why did you plead guilty with no chance of parole or any chance of appeal? If it was really fake, would you ever have done that? Give up your right to appeal, even? See, that's an extra step. And I think that's what he's doing. This amounts to an appeal, right? That's what this is. How come he timed out that in Twofold guy? Is he a troll? Kind of seems like one. Why'd you time him out, though? You let people type in their dumb statements. You can just say, Gray's talking about something else now. All right? Let's try to be less... I don't know. I've been following along, but... I mean, it seems kind of weird to be talking about that case when we're not talking about that case. Ah, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna lessen it. Hey, thanks, S-Jab. Very cool. Okay, let's do it again. Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which is yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago. Now, there was a hell of a lot more that we learned after the PCA came out, especially that you purchased a balaclava, you purchased a K-bar knife, then you applied to go to school there almost at the same time. Okay, and you have a white alliance. There's a lot of stuff going on there. And all the different surveillance that came out. This guy's, he's just an idiot. So anyways, he says, unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were challenged at trial. The truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Right, but you had the opportunity to have a trial. Nothing's changed. Circumnavigated by a broken plea. What does that mean? Circumnavigated by a broken plea. What broken plea? The trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure. Circumnavigated, meaning, so there wasn't a trial. The trial was circumnavigated by a plea, but he wants to call it broken. Okay. So yeah, we didn't have a trial because of this broken plea, you know. And the public was never provided the clarity that would have provided closure, and justice shall remain objectively miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. You know what? I just realized something. He cares about us. He really does. You know, I mean, we all thought he was a barbarian, but look at this. He cares. Look what he's saying in here. He's saying that for all of us, he's hoping that we will get the closure, and the family and everybody who deserved closure, but they weren't able to have that because of the plea deal. So you know what he's going to do, you guys? He is willing to plead not guilty now so that there can be a trial and all of us can be, you know, sort of feel good and go to sleep at night and sleep better. You know what? God, I want to date him too. What's his phone number? Let's see, where are we at here? The trial never provided, circumnavigated by a broken plea. The trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly, absolutely miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea. Well, you can have all the intention you want, it just doesn't matter. And welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again file for the death penalty. So I'm willing to even have some lunatic in the comments made it seem like, well, I think he's serious. He really he didn't do it. Why else would he allow them to bring the death penalty back? As if he had a choice there. You know, it's like, oh, wait, okay, you guys, I'm pleading not guilty now, but I need the death penalty off the table. That's just the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard. My actual innocence is my truth. And the plea, let's see what he's saying. My actual innocence is my truth. Okay, so you're saying your truth now is that you didn't do it. And the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation. What are you talking about? False promises? You mean that you're supposed to have like I said in my video, a Twinkie with dinner and they didn't give you one? And what are you talking about? And blatant disinformation. Okay, but if there was blatant disinformation, why did you sign the deal? And what were the promises they gave you? Must be, okay, so it says, my actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on my false promises, my actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence, meaning the crazy, psychopathic, nut job YouTubers and people who follow those idiot YouTubers who believe Kohberger is innocent when there absolutely is no evidence at all that he's innocent. In fact, he pled guilty. And continue to critically see, saying, thanks for all those who believe in my innocence, and you YouTubers out there who critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. Yeah. Wow. You know, this is almost worthy of a, let's see, what do we got here? Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. circumnavigated by a broken plea. The trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again file the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family, who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, please, thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Man, I didn't make one mistake in that either. I just went BAM! Right through that mother. All right? Okay, cool. I mean, wasn't that super chat worthy, you guys? I mean, when you see stuff like that, doesn't it just ooze, let's support Gray Hughes Investigates? All right, anyways, we can get back to this. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Come on. I had my Shure microphone ready to go. I was just, yeah. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, the trolls again, they contacted the family member of one of the people that support my channel to try to get them so that they don't support my channel. Actually contacted the daughter of one of the people who supports my channel. See, that's why it's so much more difficult, because these people, they just go around and do that to everybody, and after a while people go, screw it, I'm out of here. That's what their plan is. They just told me that yesterday.
Sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue.
What is the Kohberger, the theories that they're having right now? So that wasn't super chat worthy to all you guys, that reading that I just did? Man, you guys, tough crowd.
To mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because again, it is not appropriate and frankly not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, and what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently.
What does who gates mean?
If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance.
Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil, with the coffee, and also Lisa Valenzuela.
I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families.
Yeah, I'll say that right now. Like what this jab just typed in there, I've seen that too. People keep talking about Dylan Mortensen. And I think you guys, the people who keep accusing Dylan Mortensen, and by the way, even discussing, like, why didn't she do this? You're disgusting people. Okay? She had absolutely nothing to do with the death of the death of the 4 people. Okay? She had nothing to do with it at all. She didn't know Brian Kohberger. She didn't react exactly how you think you would have reacted. Rumor going around about me and the crew about something we did I'm supposed to do. Hey, thanks. Thank you in there, Chris O'Connell and S. Jab. But I think anybody out there that is still questioning Dylan Mortensen, you are a shitty person, okay? I'm telling you the truth, right? I mean, the thing is that's a reality, an actual fact, that you are a crappy person. Because, and then, here's what I always say to these people. They're always going, how come Dylan, she was texting somebody at the, okay, how come she was over here? And then I say to them, do you think she had something to do with the killing? They go, no. Then I go, then why are you talking about her? What difference does it make that she didn't act the way you would act? And so why are you talking about her then? And then the other people, when you say, well, how was she involved? They don't have an answer. They just go on and on and on and on about nothing because she acted in a way that they don't think that they would act. I think she acted exactly how a lot of people act. I mean, literally. All right? She was scared out of her mind. She's sitting in her room and she hears these sounds and she's not really sure. She doesn't want to know the truth. Let me ask you something. How do you think she would have, I mean, I don't even know how to say it, but how do you think she would have acted, let's say at 4:19 or something, when Kohberger's already outside headed towards his car? Let's say at that point she went over to Xana Kernodle's room, walked inside and saw the massacre that was in there. What do you think would have happened? I think she would be in a place that she never recovered from. She is very fragile mentally, really scared, and she was just kind of curled up, like kind of opened the door and would look out, look at stuff. She didn't want to verify a truth that might be out there, and I don't think a lot of people would want to do that. Would you really want to go try to, you think something bad might be happening, but you're just, as long as you don't see it, you can maybe make your mind think something else is happening. And even the next day, she didn't want to go up the stairs. You could hear it on her voice. She was freaking out. Imagine what would happen if she'd seen that. I just don't understand it, man. I don't understand it at all. And nobody's typing in here. Are you guys even here anymore? Hello? Anybody there?
Families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon.
I
had no inkling of it beforehand.
Right. And I'm sitting in Idaho filming for the upcoming trial,
Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July.
Yeah, it was coming right up.
With the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was one.
I mean, don't you guys understand? Like, what's the point? Can anybody give me a valid reason to keep questioning about Dylan Mortensen? Can somebody give me something? Because there isn't anything, man. And I said this even back then. Like, at the beginning, I said the same thing. I'd always argue with people because people kept... I know people have questions. You know, we like to have questions and things buttoned up and whatnot. I get that part. But after Kohberger was arrested and, you know, we started seeing the facts of the case, and then, you know, we started seeing, you know, when the documents started coming out and Dylan Mortensen and, you know, the timing of text messages and stuff. I mean, I just say to people, so do you think she's involved somehow? And they go, no. And so again, it's like, well, then why do you keep talking about her? Well, because I just need to... Well, what do you mean you just need to what? What does it matter at this point? You know? I don't know. It's sort of like questioning, like a guy, let's say after OJ killed somebody, and then right next door there's an Albertsons, and a guy left a gallon of milk outside the door. And then you go, how come they left that? I need to know why they leave that gallon of milk out there. What's the... God, that's so crazy. That's wild. Why'd they leave the gallon of milk there? Then you say, well, I mean, does it matter? Is it related to the case? No, but I just need to know. Okay, well, I don't want to talk about it then. It's a total waste of time.
Once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act.
I think I'm going to skip it to where Bill Thompson... Wait, hold on. He got up there. Hold on.
And that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And now
Hold on.
going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit.
That's why I wanted to play this. Do you hear what the questions are in here? You know? Let's see.
If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
Man, what a weird-looking dude this guy is, man. He looks like a creature, an alien almost.
That the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your
Okay, here we go.
ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Absolutely thinking
All
clearly.
right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As you indicate, as I indicated.
I think I said that, but thanks, Suz F up there. But hey, guys, if you can help support the channel, we still got another. We need another. Let's see. What is it? 15 channel memberships to reach the goal. So not too far away. Or is it? Actually, yeah, 13. 13 of them.
Indicated I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone...
See, isn't this all you need to hear right here? This stuff right here, you guys? Isn't this it? This is all you need to say. It's crazy.
Other than the
Right, exactly.
state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. He's never going to get this overturned here. All you have to do is play this to any higher court judge, and he's answering these questions directly and clearly, and this is why I'm playing this for you guys. Okay? So for those people that have brains, this is all you need to hear here. All right? This is it. I mean...
And counsel, obviously there have been...
Okay, let's rewind it again. Oh, yeah.
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
I
Has
didn't do
anyone
it.
told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Haven't we seen the plea agreement? Like, there's nothing in there that's crazy or anything. Like, he wasn't given anything. So how was it broken?
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to?
What are you talking about, Brian? Nobody knows what you're talking about. Jay Embry's a nutter.
To Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Well, you did it too early, Chris O'Connell. Now nobody's going to do it. Hey, thank you, though. I appreciate it. I'll do 5 more memberships if others can get gray to the rest of the goal. So that means we need 8 more. That's pretty funny.
Have you had enough
Thank you, Chris O'Connell.
time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
No,
You're
there's
pleading
one.
guilty freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Hey, I gotta say, I know I made the set here, but I like actually being in this set. It's way more, even where the little messages are, and the audio file that looks like a fire. That's pretty cool. If you guys notice in the upper left-hand corner next to my name, there's a clock. That's actually a working clock. That's the time it is here. And then we got the little evidence section, just the whole feel. Doesn't it feel kind of cool, like it's sort of warm, you know, in here? Even our little phone call screen here where somebody calls in and then you know. I don't know. I think it's just going to stay like this for a long time. And maybe a little tweak of pictures or something, whatever, but.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is just so damning. Hey, thanks, Honeybee Fly and S-Jab.
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
I think I have
Yes.
that somewhere.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yeah,
Yes.
There it is, right there.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case should you not plead guilty. Did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. So you could have had all that. Here, I think I just found it again. I have it somewhere in a folder, but. I think this is it right here. Do you read and write the English language? Yes. If not, have you been provided? Okay, yeah. What is your name? Brian Kohberger. What's the highest grade in school you completed? Master's. Are you currently under the care of a mental health professional? No. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health disorder? Yes. If so, what was the diagnosis and when was it made? February of 2025. Autism, something, OCD, ADHD, and RFID. I think he does have some of this autism. Are you currently prescribed any medication? No. Or yes, he says. And then he's gotten like levothyroxine, 100 milligrams. If you answered yes, have you taken your prescription? Yes. In the last 48 hours, have you taken any medication? No. Are you under the influence of alcohol? No. Are you capable of understanding these proceedings? Yes. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable of understanding? No. If there's anything going in your life that affects your ability to enter a voluntary guilty plea? No. Are you having any difficulty in understanding what you're doing by filling out this form? No. Is there any other reason that you cannot make a reasoned and informed decision in this case? No. I mean, I think it kept going, but I'm just reading that part. A little bit longer. He can't get a trial. That's the point.
Include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
You
what I
have
was
the right to
thinking, Chris
require the
O'Connell.
state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Hey, thanks, Honeybee Fly.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, as to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right.
You know what's interesting is I sort of just, for some reason, I'm just realizing this, is like this whole hearing right here, where he pleads guilty, the way the judge is laying it out there is for exactly to counter this kind of bullshit that Kohberger's doing right here. That's what they're doing here. They put everything in here. He has no out. He's already admitted everything. And so like this little thing that he just wrote is completely negated by this hearing right here.
So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully
comes.
entered a residence
Here it comes.
located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, Also murder in the first degree that on or about November.
I mean, the reason this case was so interesting is because it's really unusual. I mean, honestly, like this guy killed just for the sake of killing, and we don't get those too often. There's usually some reason, but this guy, he was like a serial killer. Like he was trying to be one. He was trying to be famous, and that's why I think he was going to leave the knife sheath there intentionally as a calling card. Just the way it was found, nicely just laying right there, with DNA on the underside of the button snap, a part that he missed when he wiped it all down and made sure it was nice and clean to leave there.
13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I mean, there you have it. This is everything is buttoned up right here. And not only that, he signed a document saying he was of sound mind. He has no chance of having anything looked at, even glanced at in this case. This sucker's over. It's entertaining that he sent this letter out, and it gives us something to talk about, but he has no shot here. Let's just hear that last part again.
Premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
With the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But they think, oh, he wouldn't have told the truth. I think he wanted to tell the truth here. This would have been the perfect time. He wouldn't tell the truth now, I can tell you that. But I think he would have told the truth then. Because he's already sort of resigned. Okay, yeah, I did it and everything. And I think he would have been really close to telling what the truth was then. Now there's no chance in hell that he's going to tell the truth. There's no way in hell he would do that. Hey, thanks again to Chris O'Connell and Lisa Valenzuela. All right. All right. Isn't this amazing, you guys? That's why I wanted to play this, because I remember how devastating it was. And then you hear this clown again. So now that we just heard what we just said, we'll just look at that one more time. Over a year later, it's self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seemed to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed and the public's demand for the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction, which is yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by the broken plea, there was no broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarriage unless the plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea Well, too late there, Brian. And welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again file for the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family, who have never wavered in their belief in who I am. Yes, the psychopath they all knew you were. And then he says their belief in my innocence. Right. Their belief in your innocence is that you are not innocent. I like how you say that, though. All right. Anyway, so he just said he did it all. Every bit of it right before that, right? I mean, he said that, and now he's claiming, oh, it's all just a figment of somebody's imagination.
And
Brian
then, let me ask you,
Kohberger,
did
the
you,
nut job.
on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road?
Oh, yeah, here we go. See, look at how they're putting this together. Now he's going through and slowly asking each one. Watch this.
Let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder?
You know, I didn't realize it at the time. I don't think any of us really did. I mean, how thoroughly he's going through this just for this shit right here. Again, I'm saying it again. I just repeated myself. But the thing is it's really amazing. He's going through it now, methodically, slowly, getting him to say yes, yes, yeah, all these different things. And so how could he even claim what he's trying to claim now? It's funny how his little Kohberger minion wackos out there are so, they're probably, I haven't even watched them, but I bet you they're really excited. Like, oh, yeah, ooh, we're on to something now, everybody. They get up in the morning, they live in their mother's basement with their little cup of coffee, staring at the screen, just like the trolls, and they stare at the screen. Ooh, look at that. Dylan said that she was. It's just crazy nut jobs, okay?
Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty cool, but it seems like now it's even more, like at the time when we were listening to it, we were like, okay, wow. he got him on all those things. I guess what I'm just saying is we see why they do this, you know. You know. Like right now we see exactly why he, you know, the judge did this at the time is to have it on record. And now we're getting an example of why. See, Kohberger is going to try to, you know, like we've seen him, people say that he's going to try to appeal. Now he's trying to say he wants to change his plea. And none of that can happen, you know. And I remember at the time, I think at the time we were thinking, oh, wow. I mean, we were excited because the same questions that he answered at the time, we were like, oh, okay. Now he admitted it. See, what's weird about the Kohberger nutters is they don't even admit that he admitted it. Like when we tell them, well, Kohberger pled guilty and he admitted doing it, they go, no, he didn't. They all say that. No, he didn't. Do you guys hear... it's crystal clear in this hearing right here that he admitted to it, right? Isn't that obvious? Right, well, that's what I've been saying, Michelle H. I've been saying during the thing that now it's obvious why they did what they did at the time. You know, at the time we're just like, okay, this is probably standard. Like, oh, hey, he's getting all the questions answered. He's nailing it. But now it's like, okay, you see the result of why it was so meticulous like that. Because here's Kohberger trying to get out of it. You know, each step he admitted to each one. No, he can't receive that. He can't claim that at all. 65, hoopty. He's done. Yeah, he's completely finished at this point. I mean, he can try to do whatever he wants, but it'll all be rejected. Because he admitted doing it. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, but why do you think people are saying he doesn't admit it? It's just so weird. Let's see. Maybe Kohberger sees Scott Peterson trying for another trial, and yeah, I guess the judges rejected all that stuff in that case. But I just think it's so cool to, you know, because I remember at the time we were all thinking, man, they really got him nailed on all these different things, and then, you know, but you're still like disappointed that there's no trial. But you can see that they had this foresight into like making it that, like he went through and said, okay, you signed that document, right? You know, all those different points. He had to do the questionnaire. He signed it. And then he answered all those questions and then more specific questions and said, yes, he did those things. All of it. So it's pretty cool to see it again, knowing that now he's attempting to try to change something. And you can see that he's trapped. He cannot get out of this. There's no way.
Began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many...
Harold, you wind it a little bit.
Sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from...
No, it's not just that, Chris Stu. That isn't what he said. He asked him specific things. Did you enter the house and kill Xana Kernodle? Yes, I did. You know, yes, he says. That's admitting it, right? That's exactly what that is.
From Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington.
I don't know if Ann Taylor did everything she could. She seemed like she already knew he was guilty and never even looked at any of the video or the documents or anything. But yeah, I mean, she did everything she could for the type of for the client she had, you know. She probably already got the word on the video, like, yeah, it looks like it's his car, you know. I don't want to pretend that she didn't do everything. I mean, she's had all these different court hearings and challenged this. She probably really hoped. Her biggest mistake, Ann Taylor's, was changing the venue. Because this judge here, it was Hippler, like he was 10 times better than Judge. Remember that lunatic? I mean, Judge looked like a mouse could come in and slap him in the face and he'd fall over. I mean, the guy just was an embarrassment, literally. He's starting to remind me now of the Judge Graff in the Tyler Robinson case.
State University.
Did you guys see that in the, what was it? Yeah, the David D4VD, that case? Well, the judge has already said, yeah, there's probable cause. I mean, like 2 days later. And we can't get it for months in the freaking Tyler Robinson case on a case that's 10,000 times stronger. I mean, that thing is just, I don't know.
The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his...
I'm not sure why the video recorded a second audio in the background.
His address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022.
Yeah, I remember one time I was thinking with Ann Taylor, like, man, she says, like, she hasn't even had time to look at the video and all this stuff, and I was thinking to myself, man, if that was my case, but I'm just looking at it like I want to see what happened. She's just trying to defend the client, and I bet, I said this back then, but I am kind of going in with what Chris O'Connell just typed in. I think that I think Ann Taylor communicated with Bill Thompson months ago. This isn't something that just sort of willy-nilly popped up. I think months ago, what I said at the time was that they had these conversations, and Ann Taylor told Kohberger, listen, we're going to try to get this thrown out. Remember how they tried to get something thrown out because it was leaked to like 2020 or whatever the hell it was, or 48 hours, and she tried to get that and a couple other things, but she told him, listen, if none of those things pan out and that doesn't give us any leverage or at all and things remain the same, probably your best option to save your life is to plead guilty. And so they tried those things. It didn't work in their favor. And then they had that final conversation with Kohberger because it was all right around the same timing. And then I think he said, okay, he doesn't want to die. So he did it because that's the situation they were in. They couldn't get key stuff thrown out because there was no reason to do it, to throw it out. And they needed stuff thrown out to have a shot. It's sort of like in the Tyler Robinson case, if you can throw out the weapon or, the screwdriver on the roof and things like that. There's just too much in that case to overcome, to be honest with you. If you could throw out every piece of information in that case, he might have a shot.
The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman.
Why would Amazon flag his purchases?
That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle matching the description.
That's how it was recorded. It's not some weird feedback loop you're getting.
The defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m.
Okay, well, let's talk about this case, you guys. I don't really the David case. It was kind of interesting going over that document the other day, but I'm not sure why you're still following that along.
Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122.
Yeah, I'm sorry I brought up the D4 vid case, all right? I just meant to bring it up to show that the probable cause was met and they went right with it. I didn't mean for it to be the topic.
King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face.
I don't remember saying that. I think she wished she still had Judge. Or do you think that being a harder judge maybe I did think of that or something. I can't remember, but yeah, going to a harder judge would make him feel like, oh shit, like put more pressure on her own client is what you're saying, right?
The area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kayla Gonzalez.
Yeah, like he could have, she could have said, yeah, let's get to a harder judge, and then that would put pressure on Kohberger, her own client, knowing that, the weakness of Judge, he might think, oh, I might have a shot here. Yeah, who? Yeah, she got a lot of money, yeah. She was like 4 years of highly paid. She was actually Xana Kernodle's attorney, and then dumped her quick to pick up Kohberger.
The defendant, as he left that room,
Xana Kernodle's mother,
whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Kernodle, was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed-blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen to where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom were to see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads and very rural, isolated parts.
Wow. So that's kind of my, you know what's amazing? That's my theory that I had. I think I forgot that was in there, but look at this. See my, let me turn some of this stuff off. Is it that one? I mean, there's just so much crap I have in here. Yeah, so look at this. I had this, see the green route right here? This is exactly what I said. So after he comes down right there, he drives this direction, and then I thought, you know what? There's this other route that if you take just like this, see this? So here's the thing. There's 16 minutes of missing time. When he leaves the house, it's 4:20 and 47 seconds. He should have got to Blaine at like 4:31. That's how he should have been there that quick. All right? That's exactly when he should have been there. But he wasn't. He got there at 4:47. Now here's why, I think, and he just sort of said that in here. Look at this. This is this green route that I showed you guys a long time ago. Watch. He drove down like this. I drove this, by the way. And he came around, down. This is that extremely rural area that he's talking about. Now out there is where he could have put the knife, somewhere. Then he drives all the way around like this, stays on this road, comes around, and, you know, he could have cut across. I think there's another, like right here. That's one of the routes. But the one that I was more recently talking about was from here, he cuts across right through Blaine, comes out, and then right there turns his phone on. Because his phone pinged right in this area at 4:48. And I think right there, he turns his phone on when he's on the highway, because he just sort of shows up there, and then he can pretend that, turn it on, and even if somebody notices that it's on, it doesn't show that he was on this highway. So I think he came all the way around like this, and then let me just draw in this other portion. This is the one that I was saying more recently, or, when I say recently, like the last times we were talking about the case, when I went back out there again, it's just like this. And then at the time, 95 wasn't really even there. 95 was this other road right here. So basically he would have had to drive like this to here and then turn left right there. All right, you guys, massive lulls in here, massive lulls. So that's the route that I think he took. Came around like this, and by the way, I timed it, and you get right here at 4:48. I mean, it's amazing. The timing is absolutely perfect. That exact route coming all the way around, and it kills the time. Now, he could have had a pre-dug hole, threw it in there, covered up, boom, he gets in his car, and then he's right there, and then he starts driving back home by driving all the way down like this on the green line, around and up, and then he goes to right there. So they have it on the map where he drives to here, but what if he did a little quick little detour? But wasn't that in the afternoon? That's right. That was at that 5 o'clock in the afternoon time frame. Like, it was after he'd already gone down. It was, remember when the phone pinged at 5? It was like 5:32 and 5:36. It was right in this area, down, right by Johnson right here. And so I'm just kind of wondering if at some point, is that when he could have driven up here, discarded something under that tree there, and then went back home? That would be after the trip down to Clarkston. Yeah, it's crazy, that white sedan that's right there. You know, you zoom in and there it is. And the part that was so chilling about that is that's July 16th, 2022. So Kohberger is in town, and he's already been, you know, sort of planning what's going on. And here's this white car under the exact tree that they were talking about. See, they said that you come over this little bridge here, and then there's this tree, and there was a car parked right there. And it's out in the middle of nowhere. And so you could hide something like underneath the tree in the ground, and nobody's going to look at. I mean, who's going to see you do that? It'd have to be a car driving by. So it's cool to hear him say that he took rural routes. It's literally exactly what I had been saying for a long time. I actually never said that this is the route they had him going down in the probable cause document. Right down Highway 95. The new Highway 95 is right here. In fact, you can even see that it's not even in existence in this image in 2022. They're just building it. See that? And then if I go forward to October of 2023, it's still not even done. And then in June, it's a highway, a full-use highway. But this is what used to be Highway 95 over here. That's what this was. This highway right there. That was Highway 95. So that's why they had it like this. But when, you know, there was no surveillance of the car on here, so that isn't accurate, how they originally had it on the probable cause. And then he says he went in these rural roads and so forth. So I think he's absolutely talking about over here. But I guess it is possible, too, that he drove over like this and came down some of these other, you know, crazy roads and came out over here or something, or, you know, I think it's more likely, though, from the other side, that he drove all the way down there, around, like this, through Blaine, and then turns it on when he gets to Highway 95. Yeah. It's so cool, you know, like, because like I said before, we use logic, reason, and common sense in here, and it's interesting just to see that route right here became almost very likely after we hear what he said just now. So let's listen to that again.
It would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route, and they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And The evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone
Isn't that amazing?
activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived.
I mean, you got to admit, like, come on. He even said a side road that connects to Highway 95. That's right there. That's exactly what I was just telling you. That's why I have this pin here. Like, he turned, and then he turns his phone on at 4:48 as he turns. Telling you guys, if you're not watching this channel, you're blowing it. You're watching people who can't think their way out of a shoebox. We get things figured out over here. Right, Chris O'Connell? Yeah. I mean, I would just, maybe you could even put it right there, you know, just right after it turns. So this little road right here, and then turns. And so that's it. That's the only road, by the way. I mean, look, like, there's no other roads that go from over where Blaine is across to 95, which is this one. See that? You'd have to be up here or this one, and that is the one because Blaine is right there. Can I get a boom shakalaka?
About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington.
Andy, guys, let's see if we can get help support the channel. See if we can make up from a little bit of yesterday and the day before. We didn't make the goals on either of those 2 days, so that would be awesome.
To pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went.
Yeah, so he was right here that morning, the same morning of the killing. He came back, and it's 9:12 and 59 seconds as he's driving by. We actually have video of it, of him driving by right here. And we don't know where he went right after that, but as you can see, it's really close to the crime scene. There's some people that think he went back to go try to find the knife sheath, but I don't believe that at all. I think he went back there to just sort of see the mayhem that he created, you know, sort of like an arsonist at a fire, you know, just watching. I mean, I think it'd be ludicrous to go back to a crime scene at 9-something in the morning to get, at 9 in the morning to go look for a sheath in somebody's house. I mean, come on. That's like everybody's awake. Hey, thanks, Lisa. Hey, look, we got a Jessica Schubach. She'll donate $10 for some value that's donated, meaning like 2 $5 ones. Hey, cool. Thank you.
Went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately.
Yeah, well, the thumbs up one I put on my short video that I made today. Like, hey, everybody, I'm trying to, unplead.
30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022...
Hey, come on, you gotta admit, that's probably one of the greatest thumbnails ever made. Let's be honest. Okay? Look at that thing. This is what I always picture the trolls and like these Kohberger nutters who just sit around and pretend that they've got something. They sit around. This is it right here. Don't you agree? Yeah, it's gonna get a thumbs down. I take away my plea. YouTubers told me to. Kohberger case file, motive, evidence. Come on.
Business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI who assisted
Was that in the last, the documents that I downloaded the other day? Which one was that in? Maybe you can send me, that'd be kind of interesting to look at that.
With this case. Working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person.
The word Amazon isn't in any of the titles.
Whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was...
Yeah. So they used IgG to determine it was Brian Kohberger. Then it becomes proving that that's correct. They go out to the house. They collected trash at the house. Kohberger was meticulously keeping his DNA out of the trash by sitting in his living room or kitchen and sorting out his trash from the trash, and he put his own trash in his neighbor's garbage can. And so that when law enforcement went out, he's such an idiot though, because any DNA in there is going to show that he's like a half sibling to, he's just stupid. Or a son or whatever, right? So, or a sibling or a child of one of the parents. That's what it's going to show. So they go through the trash and they get the DNA, and it turns out to be the biological father of Brian Kohberger. And so that's when they arrested him, because that was enough. And after arresting him, they did a buccal swab, and then it was a 1-to-1 match to the DNA on the knife sheath
next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho.
There you go.
And a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, in public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office, Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we're now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside.
Isn't that crazy?
And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that presenting...
Yeah, but we don't want a quick overview. You see, that's the thing. Is we didn't want just a quick overview, Bill. You should have spent 4 hours doing what you just did there, or get one of the other people that knows it better than you do. Because he doesn't know this case. He doesn't know it as well as he should. And so that's what was really frustrating for me, this guy. Just not good. Let me see. I'm trying to find the 10th. Okay. I'm looking in all of the documents that just came out. That one, that was on the 10th, right, Lisa? The 10th? Is that when they came out? So I'm looking for the word Amazon in every single one of those files.
Court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted. Okay. And that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought. Manny Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Savannah Guthries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Yeah, so look at it,
count
like
2,
5 times on all of it.
murder in the first degree as it relates to the murder of Madison
So after
Mogan,
hearing
how do
the
you plead, guilty or
explanation-
not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree
That's
for the murder of
hilarious.
Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think...
See, that's admitting that he did it. It's, you know, he's saying he did it by answering those questions.
It was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here, this is sort of interesting right here, like what Lisa was just talking about. So look at this. This cool way to do it. If you use what do you call it? Acrobat on Adobe. If you hit like Control Shift F, it allows you to search an entire folder filled with PDF files for a certain word. And you could even have, I think, like a master folder that even has subfolders with all kinds of PDF files, and it'll look for it. So it turns out in this case, this one file called, it was from March 14th, 2025, redacted exhibit S1, S4, state. It has, look at all these things related to Amazon in that one. These other ones have some, like this is, like this one here has a few in here. Well, there it is. So right over here, let's see. On April 26, 2023, I applied and was granted a warrant. On April, and then approximately, see, later it was found the warrant was dated March instead of April. An amended warrant was requested and granted. The warrant was served on May 10, 2023. This is for click data. Okay, that's just the warrant part. So let's see. Was there another one right after that? That's the... See, this one over here, though, has a ton of stuff in it. Electronic gift card through Amazon. I guess that would be... I mean, that might be interesting to go through that if you guys... I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, we know he did it, but... Here, let me just read some of this. The state of Idaho has previously disclosed Shane Cox, litigation and regulatory manager, blah, 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 blah. The Amazon.com account is registered to customer Brian Kohberger using email address brianchristopher1994@gmail.com. Brian Kohberger account. The account records show that Brian Kohberger has been, customer since October 23rd, 2017. The address history for Brian Kohberger account lists 1119 Lamson Drive, that's his parents' house, in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, as the address for Brian Kohberger. This address was added on October 23rd, 2017. The other address listed on the account for Brian Kohberger is 1630 Northeast Valley Road, that's the one in Pullman, G201 Pullman, Washington. This address was added on July 11th, 2022. Isn't that weird? Because that picture that I have of that car is right around that same date. The car underneath that tree. The phone number that is listed for Brian Kohberger for both addresses is 570-520-5889. The account also lists 1119 Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. There are 6 separate credit cards on file for this account. 3 cards issued to Brian Kohberger. 2 credit cards issued to Michael Kohberger. On March 20th, 2022 at 8:04 in the evening, the customer purchased an electronic Amazon gift card. So he literally bought the gift card first for $130 on March 20th. Using the Brian Kohberger account. The billing information for this purchase was Brian Kohberger of 119 Lamson Drive. And then the billing phone number listed for the purchase was, again, his phone number. The credit card used was a Visa ending in, and it was issued to Brian Kohberger. I mean, look, this guy's an idiot. So he purchased that on March 20th, right? Then the very next day, on March 21st, hold on. I was gonna throw these in there. All right. So the very next day, the customer purchased a K-bar knife, a K-bar 9926 sharpener for $23.40 using the Amazon electronic gift card that he just purchased the day before. So he purchased his own gift card, and then he used that. Man, what a genius. God, that's smart. On the same day and time, the customer purchased the K-Bar full-size USMC Marine Corps fighting knife straight for $86.15 using the Amazon electronic gift card. So isn't that weird? Look, add that up. He looked up and saw how much these things would cost, and he got a gift card for $130. And then look at, he buys the sharpener for $23.40. So you add that to $86.15, and you get 109. Yeah, 109.55. Using the Amazon electronic gift card through the Amazon.com account. This billing information for these purchases was Brian Kohberger 119, the same address. On March 21st, the customer purchased omega-3 vegan DHA supplement Garden of Life for a total of $44.78 using the Brian Kohberger account. $20.45 of the purchase was purchased using the Amazon electronic gift card. Yeah, so he used the rest of it. See, I just told you that it was, he used $109.55, right? And then he used $20.45, which equals $130, as part of the purchase for the Omega. Yeah, that's just incredible. You know, he used up the whole card right there intentionally. He thought it would make. Can anybody give a reason? Anybody in the world out there, can you give a logical reason that somebody would purchase an Amazon gift card for themselves and then use it the next day to buy the same stuff they could have just bought it on their own account with? Can anybody come up with any? I mean, he still used his own account. That's why he's so stupid. He bought for $130 an Amazon gift card. Then he signs on to his own account and uses that very same gift card to buy things with using his own account. I mean, what a lunatic. What difference does it make that you bought the sheath with a gift card? Come on. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, hey, we got to play this right here.
The truth is, you're as dumb as they come.
What a joke. I don't even understand it. Like that, it always didn't it didn't really make sense ever, but now it's even more clear that it doesn't make sense. That's right, Lori. I just played that for you. Here we go.
The truth is,
you're
as dumb as they come.
The billing phone number listed for the purchase was that same number. The item was shipped to Brian Kohberger. All right, what else? Amazon.com, here we go. Click activity associated with the Brian Kohberger account shows that the customer viewed pages associated with K-Bar. I bet it was before the 20th. K-Bar style knives on Amazon.com on March 20th. So I guess maybe earlier then. The same day the customer purchased the Amazon electronic gift card. Right. But I bet it was before that. And then he knew what the price generally would be. Then he thought he'd mix in some omega vitamins. And on March 21st, 2022, the same day the customer purchased the K-Bar knife and sharpener. On March 22nd through the 27th, the Amazon click activity for Brian Kohberger account showed each day that the customer was viewing pages associated with the shipping progress of the Amazon.com order. So he was checking in. Where is this damn thing? Where is it? He's associated with the shipping progress of the Amazon.com order. He wants to make sure he's the one that gets it. He doesn't want any family members to know that he purchased a K-Bar knife. And maybe that's why he perhaps did a gift card to purchase. I don't know. It still shows up on there. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. The customer was viewing pages associated with shipping progress of the Amazon.com order for the K-bar knife and sharpener that were purchased on March 21st. On November 15th, 2022, which is 2 days after the killing, Amazon.com click activity for Brian Kohberger account shows that the customer navigated to a page related to the deletion of account activity. Jeez. Man. Hey, you guys are hitting one of those massive lulls again, so if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, I would appreciate it. But you're not required to. It's just if you can, that would be fantastic. On November 23rd, about a week later, and on December 6th, the Amazon.com click activity for the Brian Kohberger account shows the customer was viewing pages associated with K-bar style knives with sheath from this Amazon.com account. Now, was he about ready to plan another homicide? Another killing? Because he was going to leave another knife sheath at another place? Or was he going to try to replace it knowing that they might... I mean, I don't know. For me, it's weird because I think he thought he covered it all up. He knows that well, here's the thing. They found the sheath there. But he's looking for a knife with the sheath. So I think he had planned. See, that actually adds credibility to my theory that he left the sheath there intentionally. Because why wouldn't he just purchase a sheath to go with the K-bar that he would already have? Instead, he ordered a K-bar knife with a sheath. I mean, he was looking into buying another one of those. Isn't that interesting? Account shows the customer was viewing pages associated with K-bar style knives with sheaths. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, that was cool. We got that click activity in there. What's the other stuff? Yeah, we did that. That one. That one. That one. Isn't that cool? I'm just clicking on the results of the search, and then it goes through. Yeah, that looks like the same. That's just that same information again. Yeah, man, that is crazy. Yeah, massive lull alert, you guys. Massive lull.
The state also.
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full?
Yeah, that was a cool thing to see. You know, I think we knew some of that click stuff. It was just kind of interesting to see the detail and that he purchased the Amazon gift card and then used it again on his own account. And that he spent $109.55 on the K-bar knife and the sharpener. And when did he order the sheath, though? Was that on? Maybe the knife just came with one.
Full day for sentencing.
I do not.
So he wouldn't have a K. Maybe that's what he was thinking. Man, I got to buy another K-bar knife because I know he probably threw away the knife, and then the sheath was found at the crime scene. But he likely left it there, so then he was thinking, man, I need to have a full K-bar and a sheath in case they do discover where that came from. And I'll say, well, here's the one I bought. I'm not sure what one you got there.
Believe so, Your Honor. Obviously, we have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Let's see.
Jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
Okay, I'm just going to move over to here. Okay, here's Steve Gonzalez. I really just kind of want to hear him and Kaylee. I mean, not Kaylee, Olivia. Hold on.
Her father, Steve Gonzalez?
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, you're acting.
Yeah, you know what the conspiracy theory? Why didn't somebody speak for Ethan? Oh my God! Were they friends with Dylan, or what's going on? Why didn't somebody speak for? That's what they talk about. It's like, who gives a shit?
Actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. Investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are.
He probably doesn't mind that. BK Killer.
Looking back, police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae.
He always wanted to be called Kohberger the K-Bar Killer.
I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around and looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing one last thing. And we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected. But thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
I don't know if he really felt that way, but that was nice of him to
Your Honor,
say.
next is Stephen Gonsalves, Kaylee's brother.
I don't remember that for some reason.
Steven's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Olivia Gonsalves,
I thought he did.
Kaylee's sister.
All right.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I am the big sister of Kaylee Gonsalves. Blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would. That I would fight for them, that I would show up, no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down. Not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love. And they would never, ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to
He used his own
stargaze with
account.
such a severe case of visual snow?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go
Where-
back. I mean, the funny part is he used his own account to use the Amazon gift card. See, we didn't even know that. Like, when she read that right there, that's the weird part about it. It's like, I don't know what else account you would be using. We thought maybe he was using his dad's account or somebody else. But he used his own account to use his own gift card. I mean, what a idiot.
How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months?
Yeah. Isn't that
If you were
obvious?
really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real?
That's why I did that today.
You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing.
Hold on a second. Hey, but Timothy Cecil just typed in, all I'm seeing online is that Kohberger was forced to plead guilty. Well, he was. He was forced by the evidence. The evidence was so strong in the case that it literally forced him to be compelled to plead guilty. So yes, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy. The truth is, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you never hear that. Like people actually literally clapping. You know, that's normally something a judge would sort of admonish the crowd, but he didn't do it at all. I want to hear the Dylan Mortensen one again. Where was that? She spoke, didn't she? I mean, she was actually there, I thought.
You may have received aid.
Oh, maybe they cut that one out. I don't know. Oh, she was first? Okay. Let me see. Well, I guess they don't have it here, though, for some reason. On this. Yeah, they didn't. Oh, hold on. Ah, shit. Yeah, no, it's not there. They cut her out for some reason. Huh, interesting. Yeah, we'll have to play that one. So let's get to the part where the judge starts talking again.
These victims have. All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
And you guys are weird. Why do you have to say yes, Tim? Like, put his name in there. Lisa, remember Kohberger sat there glaring? Yes, Tim. Are you guys like AI or something?
Please.
That's some weird, you know.
All right, let me start this morning.
You guys are like AI. I'm not sure you're real.
Acknowledging and thanking.
What are you thanking me for, Paulette?
Those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength. and I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible.
Let me boost
Thank
this up.
council
There we go.
for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout.
Yeah, there needs to be more. 5 more, probably. There you go.
This case, it has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some.
I mean, listen, does that sound natural to you guys? Listen, Lisa, remember when Kohberger sat there glaring? Yes, Tim. Yeah, Jesus. You guys.
Resolution.
What the
and
hell is
hopefully
that?
justice to this case.
What the hell is that? Hold on, where is it?
During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but
God,
due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents.
Yeah, but hey, Jim, how can they be real talking like that up there? Did you see that? There's something. Yeah, listen. There's something that's not quite right about that. You know, something, it doesn't quite make sense, you know? It's just, it's a little off. I mean, you guys know what I'm saying. That's why there's some laughter there, because it's a little, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm reading that again. It just, I think the judge was upset here, too.
None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with...
Hey, Jim, how are you doing? Well, Gray, I'm doing just fine. How about you, Steve? Are you feeling okay today? Yes, I am, Gray. Thank you very much for asking. Man, if you ever heard anybody talk like that, you'd probably be like, whoa! Holy crap, man, something's going on here.
The loudest megaphone. I
Nobody
listened
talks
intently
like
to
that.
the stories and pain that have been shared today with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids.
Right.
The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today
This guy right here.
are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in...
Yes, Lisa said, "Hey, Tim, remember when Gray made fun of us?" And Tim said, "Yes, Lisa, I do." See, there's something that's just not adding up there, you guys. Who uses people's names like that so often?
Enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on...
They should place him right next to the dog-faced boy at a circus.
...on their worst impulses. There should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to...
Oh, some idiot wrote a book called Broken Plea out there? That's the Kohberger's book that told the story about hair in Ethan's hand. It named... Oh, you're kidding, right? Oh, jeez. I don't follow the Kohberger nut jobs because they're nutty. They are crazy lunatics. That's right. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? Let's see.
This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth. Did you hear what I said?
5 brain
cells, 4 aren't working.
To come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst.
You know what's weird is like the judge here is just as bad as, I mean, not when I say bad, I mean just as direct towards Kohberger as Olivia was. I mean, he just goes off on it.
Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate.
Yeah.
I also impose a fine of $50,000.
Yeah, I was going to say that comment. I never knew this. The stuff people, this is by Chris Stew, stuff people were capable of believing until I started watching true crime. So many who look for reasons to support killers. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. It's like it's entertaining for them. They have to know at some level that they're not onto something. That these people are lunatics. The supporters of, Candace Owens types, the ones that believe in her are the same kind of lunatics. Kohberger's case had just as many lunatics. I was one of the very few people who actually covered the case the right way. There was only like 1 or 2. I don't even know of anybody else, really. I mean, I literally had all the facts of the case, put them all together in easy to understand form if you actually wanted to take the time. It's not something you can do in 3 minutes. But that's the attention span of people these days, is you have to put an hour worth of information in 3 minutes and you just aren't going to get it. If you ever were somebody that took the time to sit here and watch my show as I would go through all the things, you would also know the case better than everybody else that is out there following the case. And that's why you realize that those people are lunatics. It's the same in the Tyler Robinson case. I have that completely put together. I know the whole thing. It's the strongest case I've ever seen in my entire life, okay?
Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000.
What did Cyree say in the interview?
$1,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies.
That's a lot of years.
Though you've waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal. And any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel.
Where do you guys get that information? How come both of you typed in the same thing? Is there somebody out there that's all they said about it was, hey, he said 10 out of 10 juries? I mean, you got Boondog and Lisa Valenzuela said the exact same sentence. So where did you guys both come up with just that being the thing that you got?
So, if that is your desire. I ask the...
How did he confirm it was BK's car? Where is this interview that you guys are talking about? I wouldn't mind watching that. I think Cy Ray's one of the he's a drive-by like salesman type for this type of shit. He's like a for hire, but after the case was, then he can pretend that I you know what's weird about Cy Ray? If he was at trial, he would have tried to sell a different story than he's telling people. Doesn't that make you a little bit nervous about that guy?
Media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged.
That's cool how he was okay with how they gave those stories.
By your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
Yep, see you later. Nut job. Yeah, I don't have time to watch 3 hours on some nutter YouTube channel. I'm not sure what his name is. But the thing is, doesn't it make you a little bit leery? Because Cy Ray was one of their witnesses, so he was going to try to sell something else. But once Kohberger pled guilty, he goes, okay, cool, now I can say what I really thought. That's kind of weird, isn't it? So that means he was willing to lie for a client for the money portion. That's weird. I think that's sick, really. Oh yeah, hold on. I was going to do a... Man, have you guys ever seen a longer lull than we had in here? Whew. Yikes. Man, just spinning wheels for hours. I think the last super chat was like an hour and a half ago. All right. Let's see. What are we going to do here? Who's going to send in a super chat just so we can pretend that something came in later? All right, you got 30 seconds to send one in, and then I'll add your name to the spinning wheel because I put everybody in here that did $5 or more in here, so we're going to be spinning. So if you want to do $5, you win a notebook and the stress ball and a poker chip with Gray Hughes Investigates on there. I don't give a shit what gas is. Let's go ahead. Come on, let's do it. So who's putting that in there? Got about 1 minute. Let's pretend that something came in. It feels weird to do an hour and a half a show where there wasn't one bit of support for the channel. Just, you know, so weird how different it gets over the years. No? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, all right, forget it. I'm going to shuffle this and I'm going to spin it, and whoever wins this gets the notebook. Well, there's Chris O'Connell again. Do you want it, Chris O'Connell, or do you want me to respin it? I don't care what you're paying, Robert. I'm not talking to you either. If you can't afford it, then support the channel. If you can't, like you, then don't. Okay? Nobody's talking to you. I'm not sure she's even awake anymore. Well, her name's on there again, so let me try to... I'll just spin it again. She usually gives up the one. Okay, respin. There you go, see? And look, you're going to win again, right? Or is it Suz F? Oh! Suz F! Are you still there? All right, there you go. Are you still there, Suz F? You won the notebook. So you have to send an email with your address, and then I'll send it off. Yeah, I don't really care. I would say this. Cy Ray isn't somebody that I would add any credibility to, because he was willing to throw away the truth that he knew to pretend that Kohberger wasn't guilty. Okay? So who cares what he's saying right now? It's embarrassing that you guys spend time watching somebody that would do that. It's wild. Hey, Robert, I'm going to have to get rid of you. You sound like you're an embarrassment. Nobody ever said you had to do anything. So, see you later, buddy. Nice try. Maybe come back another time. You out there, Suz F, or do you go to sleep already? Oh, actually, you can never come back again. You've been removed. A boondog, you know what you sound like? A lunatic. What kind of an idiot shows up to a show and says something like that? I don't give a crap what Cy Ray... Cy Ray is somebody that his information was discredited at a trial, okay? It was discredited. And then all of a sudden he's over there telling everybody how guilty Kohberger is when he was going to sit there and defend him? Does that bother any of you guys at all? Or hey, Addis Realty, does that bug any of you guys? I just need an answer from somebody. Yeah, it should bother everybody. Hey, Honeybee Fly, why don't you send me? I'll send you a notebook too. All right. You're always you've been in the spins before, but I don't know if you've ever won. So if you want to send me your, you just send an email with your address in there, and I'll add it in there. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to watch this guy. Okay, you don't need to block Boondog up there. Or I'll unhide them. I don't, somebody wants to say, man, this is how I feel. I just think it sucks. I remember I did shows on how shitty that Cy Ray, like the stuff that he was trying to convince people of. It's garbage, all right? So now he's out there, oh yeah, I knew he was guilty the whole time. Really? You were their expert. You were gonna try to show, you know what? I'm wondering though if it was like behind the scenes, he was telling Ann Taylor, like, man, there's nothing I can say to help defend him. This is just a slam dunk for the prosecution. Maybe that's the reality. If he said that in there, then I would think different. Okay, but all I know is he did have what was it that he did that one time? He had a case where he used the cell tower data to show that the car was at a house where somebody was abducted or something. And then it turns out the vehicle actually had GPS on it, and it was nowhere near that. So the judge threw it out and deemed him uncredible. So I'm not really sure, where you go from there. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Chris O'Connell. Well, it could have been. That could have been Boondog. Don't know. I'm just saying. It's just. I mean, is that what he said in there? That he couldn't give the defense any benefit at all. So I don't know. I think it's weird that people are still digging around, looking for something. Kohberger did it, man. None of us are confused in here. So it's just kind of interesting to see, that little bit of information about the, the Amazon information that we just read tonight. That's kind of cool, but it doesn't help anything. It doesn't make me go, oh, so he's more guilty now. Wow. This thing has been so obvious since way back when the probable cause document came out. And for Kohberger to say nothing's changed since then, that's bull crap. There's a way more information that's come out since then. Yeah, he's not confused. That's why he said yes, 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 yes. I should make a video where I take all of his answers and just really tighten it up and then intertwine it with his stupid statement that he just made. Read a little bit here and then have him. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool. Like, let's see. Let me see if I can find. Where the hell is that? Oh, it's before that.
Agree with the written factual basis that is included there.
Yes.
Deliberately and with premeditation and malice of forethought.
Yes.
Did you honor about that same date in...
Here, let's see. Where the hell? It would be something like... So you'd do something like this. So you'd play this.
Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being.
Yes.
Over a year later, it's self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed and the public demands of the truth.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Circumnavigating, but do you think that would be cool to do that, just like that? Yeah, I think that'd be sweet. I mean, you just go back and forth, and then he's sitting there admitting to everything. Anyways. Man, you guys. All right. Well, thanks everybody who was here tonight. For those who supported the channel, we only had 31 different things throughout that entire 3 hours and 39 minutes. We had Joel, or Jolene May, maybe. And then Dr. Piv. Then we had Alley Cake, Alicia Nelson. Do you guys think that would be a good video just like that? The one I just showed you? Nobody replied yet again. KMTX, Alley Cake, Doreen Maller, H-Doc, KMTX, Alicia Nelson, South Texas Guy, Chris O'Connell, S-Jab, Weather 2022, or 2022, just. Chris Stew, Julian Kane, Michelle H., Whiskey Boots, Sazef, S-Jab, S-Jab again. Then we had Chris O'Connell again. Then Honeybee Fly, S-Jab, Honeybee Fly, Chris O'Connell, Lisa Valenzuela, Lisa L., Chris O'Connell, Jessica Schubach, and Jessica Schubach. I just read it to you guys. I just played, when he's answering the questions, you read his statement that he just put out in between the times where he's, admitting that he did it. I don't know what you're saying, man. I just gave you the whole example of it. Man, it's like pulling teeth in here sometimes. You guys ever notice that? It's wild. Unbelievable. You know? Loved your coverage on the case while it was going on. It's fun to watch you review things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there's other... it is sort of interesting, I guess, sometimes to find the little more pieces, but it's like, is it really going to change anybody's mind? I mean, we already know that he did it, right? But I guess it's sort of cool to see those little pieces, like it was right after when we had nothing and we kept getting documents and whatnot. That was kind of fun because we were able to put the pieces of the puzzle together after the fact. But I don't know. Anyways, thanks everybody. We will see you. How about we can do a little bit of why don't you, if you guys have any questions you want to ask or whatever, we'll do the fireplace. Maybe just chill out and look at that for a little bit. You know, you can ask questions. I can answer them. Maybe we can play a little where is that one? Hold on a second. Hey, look at that. The fire and some jazz. Yes, I think Brian Kohberger is just doing it for attention. Maybe he believes, too, that there's a chance by listening to these nutjob YouTubers. Waiting for some more questions if you've got them. Thanks, Chris O'Connell. You always say such nice things. I appreciate that. got a lot of haters out there, so. I think Brian Kohberger was, or is, an incel type person who hated girls that looked like Madison Mogen, Kaylee, but I think his target was Madison Mogen. That's my opinion. And he would watch her through the window as he would stalk the house from that one parking spot right behind there that I've shown 1,000 times. And he'd watch her in the evening, probably even sat back there at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night on a Friday and Saturday, and would watch through the window and hope to get a glimpse of Madison maybe changing clothes to go out to a bar or something. And then he couldn't wait any longer that night, so he got there and he kept driving around, but he could still see people moving around. So he was getting kind of impatient, so he waited for it to get dark outside. And then eventually, dark inside, and then when he just kept driving around until all the lights were off. And then he saw one light turn back on again, and that was the DoorDash driver. So then he kind of drove around again a couple times, but he just couldn't wait, So after seeing the DoorDash driver, he did another loop and came back, and the DoorDash driver was still there. So he drove around the full way around again. And then he pulls in, and then he did a U-turn to look again to see that light that was on, which is anachronodal. And then he goes around, and then he parks the car at around 4:08. But I don't think he left the vehicle till maybe 4:12 or something. And then he goes through the back door, comes in, and then he goes upstairs. But this is probably around the time as he's going upstairs that anachronodal goes to the kitchen. And then he goes upstairs and he just starts attacking Kaylee and Madison up in the room. And he walks up the stairs, goes in the room, and he probably attacks Madison first, and then Kaylee wakes up, and then it got a little bit louder than it should have been, and then Xana heard that, goes upstairs, sees what's going on. Kohberger sees he's already done killing them. He's already stabbed them so many times that they're not alive. And she sees, Xana's up there and sees him, and then he goes running after her down the stairs, and then goes into the kitchen, and then he catches up to her in the bedroom, Xana's bedroom, and then he probably attacks her first, and then he then immediately goes over to Ethan and stabs him in the neck and stuff, and he's bleeding, and then Xana's like freaking out, and then he just keeps attacking her, and then eventually kills her, and then he walks out of the house, walking by the door of Dylan Mortensen, and then goes back outside at right around, he's only in the house for about 5 minutes. And he leaves the house about 4:17 something, and then he goes out to the car. Now he takes off the clothing. Before he went into the house, he set up a little area, like a plastic bag or something, and then when he got there, after he took off that stuff, the Dickie suit that he had on, put it all in this bag, and then he got into his car once he was sure that very little DNA would be transferred into his car, and then he drove off. He drove south, kind of headed east, and then curled back around to Highway 95, and then made it all the way home. And then he spent a lot of time cleaning that vehicle later, over and over again, just to get whatever there might have been, the slightest drop of something. And he got it all. And so there you have it, you guys. That's my overall theory. I'm actually leaning back in my chair. Well, he got removed from the school as a teaching person, so I don't know if he was going to ever be going back there. But had they not removed him, I think he might have gone back there. Yeah, I think that he would have thought that would have made him look suspicious. The driver of a white Hyundai Elantra who's now not going back to school. I mean, his name was already in a database, so even without the sheath, they may have been able to identify Kohberger as a suspect, and the case could still be relatively strong with the cast data and the white Elantra, but the DNA really puts him in the house. Just having the Elantra, you could argue, you could probably sell to a jury that that's him, that he parked his car at 4:08 and then the same car drives away at 4:20. So why was he there, and what was he doing in those 12 minutes when everybody was killed inside of the from 4:08 to 4:20? We know that because Xana Kernodle was still awake at 4:12, and so, the first murders may have happened right around right around that time, 4:12, 4:12, 4:13, something like that. And then I did a video where it was 7 minutes long, the attack, and that was too long. There was so much extra time in there. And then law enforcement did a test, and they said it could be 2 minutes to 4 minutes, and I think that's absolutely right on the money. Oh yeah? Should I make I don't think the fire, I kind of was thinking the fireplace could be bigger, but I don't know, I kind of like having a little of the stuff on the desk that you can look at, and, I don't know. I like it that it's kind of far across the room. I'll tell you what I think is really cool though, is that the clock. See, this clock right here is one that I made, and look at it, I can move it around because it's actually on top. See the clock that's on the wall there? That's the one that I had made in the picture, but I made this clock myself. I changed the hands, the whole face and everything that was on the clock that I used to use, and now it looks like an old clock on top of the fireplace, and it's on time. That's literally my time here. It's 10:57. And then let me show you guys what I did. It's kind of I had to look it up to see the technique, but I figured it out. Yeah, he's toast. Otis, really. Here, let me show you this. The fire in here. Yeah, watch. So that's the fire. Let me see. Where's the part that I was gonna... A fireplace. Fire image. Oh yeah. So see that light that's going around right there? Can you guys see that on the screen? How there's that sort of glow happening, and it makes it look like it's lighting up the room a little bit. And see, that was pretty cool, because without that, it doesn't look like that. The weird part is I can't find the... Oh yeah, there it is. So look. See that? That's without that little glow. You see how much better it looks? See, that looks kind of weird because there's no light outside the fireplace. So I really wanted to fix that. So then I put this in there, and see, now there's this little glow. Do you guys see that? So and by the way, to do that is you use the same fire and just make it a little bit bigger, and then I cut off the top so it doesn't go outside the top of the opening of the fireplace. And let me see if I can show you this. Not that you can't see the screen, so it doesn't matter. So anyways, it took a while to figure something like that out. but use the same fire. And well, I can show you. Let me show you what it looks like all by itself. Watch. Ding, ding, ding. See, that's the glow right there. See that? And see, I have it cut off right at the top of that. But I took the same fire, made it a little bit bigger, and made it really blurry. Right? And then you go ding, 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 ding. Just like that. See? Yeah, it is pretty cool. Yeah, it's just... and then the fire by itself, not that you guys care, but it looks like this. You know, I made it fit right inside there. And then boom, there you go. See? But it's a great fire though. Look at that thing. That was actually this fire. I think it was like I used like 6 minutes of a fire and then loop it. There was this like a 12-hour fire out there. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. It feels normal. I was thinking of adding some stuff like the window over to the left. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if it was raining a little bit or snowing out that little window there? So that might be something I'm going to work on. Outside that glass window, do a little bit of outside the window, have it be raining or something. I don't know. And that would just be it. That would be the only motion in there. You can do stuff like have a lamp blink or something. There is a light up there. Yeah, it would be kind of cool out that little left window over there. Maybe have a person walk by the window. A little creepy one. I think I can make a good Halloween one now. I had a pretty good Halloween one before. You guys ever see that from years ago? The Halloween? Let me see. I deleted a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I got rid of the Halloween one. Because I just figured, I'm going to make new stuff, but I have it look more like this. Well, thank you. And by the way, I think it might be kind of cool to make this, where was that? Hold on. This mug that's on this table here. Wait. Where's the, oh, it's over here. Like, look at that mug right there. It says, Gray Hughes investigating. There's this little detective in the middle face. That might look pretty cool. I bet I could make something like that. Don't you think? That one that's right here at the bottom of the screen. I don't think so, Lisa. And plus you can't see the ground. I don't even know what we're looking at here. Like, let's see. It looks like there's a table. I can't tell. Like the table sort of ends over here. It's like at an angle or something. I don't know. And then there's maybe a rug or something. I don't know. It's hard to make it out. It's kind of dark. I think the table kind of comes over here. Or maybe it goes all the way out to there. Don't know. That's an ashtray right there. Ashtray. What do you mean? Why do you have a question mark after ashtray? I don't get it. A mug, ashtray, old typewriter, a light going down on it, a hat. Yeah. Oh, anyways, you guys, thanks for hanging out a little bit there. I'm going to go do something else, but appreciate it. See you guys later. And thanks again to everybody who helped support the channel. Didn't have a lot of people, but the people who did more than normal, so we were able to make the goal. Like lately we've had nights with the same number of people, but we get to a third of the goal. It's not even close. So, appreciate that. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe we'll go more over the Savannah Guthries new message. That's kind of interesting. So thanks everybody. See you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, send me the information for the mug there, honeybee fly. All right, Jim. How about you, Lisa? How are you, Lisa? How are you doing? I'm not too bad. How about you, Jim? Well, thank you very much for asking. Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense, something not very common anymore. Thank you very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Evil can never be dead enough. And some of you make shit up.
The truth is, you're as dumb as they come.